2-1. Welcome to the 2021 Virtual Maple. Let's start that again. Welcome to the 2021 Virtual Winter Maple Institute and Maple Trade Show. I'm Jason Zaleski. I'll be your host today. Brenda Hansen will be along shortly. We'll begin the judging in we'll begin this broadcast in about 10 minutes with judging to follow. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with myself and Brenda Hansen. She's not doing a very good job. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 virtual Winter Maple Institute and Maple Trade Show. Jason Zaleski here, and joined by Brenda Hansen. In just a moment, Brenda's going to take us through some of the components of today's judging. That's why you all have tuned in here today to watch the syrup judging here today, and a lot of components with the judging. It's certainly not a simple process, as I found out here so far from Brenda. But Brenda, maybe just introduce yourself, and then we'll go over to the first table and see what we've got in store today.
Great. Can I take this?
Please.
I don't want to upset the apple cart. Hi there, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today at the 2021 virtual Wisconsin Maple Institute for the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association. This is something new to all of us, and we are so excited to show you what happens behind the scenes with a true maple syrup judging. So many of you know that making maple syrup is an art and a science, and it is difficult. And at the end of the year, you have this amazing product, and how do you showcase that? So what we want to show you here is that we have had a number of members submit samples, and we are going to be grading those out. So if you don't mind, Brandon, Jason, we're going to sneak over here. And I'm joined here today by 3 judges. So we have Dave Lemke, Dawn Roth, and Mike Van Duerzen. They are some of the best, have been in the industry for years and years and years. So what we're going to be doing today is, initially what happens is a customer will, or a member will submit their maple syrup sample. And after we look at their sample, we will put it in a sample jar. From the sample jar, we are going to look at our grading sheet, and we are checking everything. Every sample will be graded for density, color, flavor, clarity, the container, and the labeling to make sure that we all meet our DADCAP, Wisconsin Department of Ag, classifications. So when we're looking at density, we're using a refractometer. So Dawn, Dave, you guys are all familiar with these utensils. The first thing we want to do is make sure that we do calibrate the device. So we have a calibration that we will use. And then we like to use a little dropper, and we'll put just a few drops on, and we'll close it up. And we're looking through the refractometer to make sure that we are at a legal syrup limit. Because as we know as producers, that anything technically less than 66 Brix is not legal syrup. So as we do cook the syrup, we do have to make sure that it heats and that it creates proper density before we do that. The next thing we want to do is look for color. So, Dawn, you want to talk about this? Syrups can range early syrup, late syrup.
Okay. The color, let's see, let's go over by our bottles here, right over here. We arrange the bottles in the color so it's easier judging, the lighter to the darker. You take a group of light, medium, and dark, and each one has to come to a conclusion on which they figure is the lightest and the darkest and the clearest at the same time. So we have a meter that we check that with right here, that you put the vial in here after it's been calibrated again. Then you push the button and it'll give us a reading of what it is. And that should match what we think the clarity stands for. So that each one of those are tested as you go through to give you the color. And then some places in the store you won't buy by color, because most people just want the maple syrup. That's what they're after, the premium maple syrup. So if you want, let's say I'll just start with the robust. It's usually the darker. Then the medium is the most common, amber, and then the light amber, the lightest. And then your flavor changes according to the colors. And there's a lot of things that are in the background, but that gets pretty detailed.
Good. Dave, just one question for you on the color and as far as the judging. I mean, how much experience does it take to get to that level of understanding just by looking at the color of these bottles?
It's easy to see at first when you look at a line like that. You probably can notice the difference. But to get to that line, it takes a little practice and a little knowledge of the syrup. And your meter gives you the true answer. And that's what we go by nowadays. Used to be just visual.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. What technology, and this is more to do with what the end result is on the color.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dave. We'll bring Brenda back in
Well-
for what's next.
After we do the density, color, clarity, the biggest thing we want to do is check for the flavor. And that's where it gets tough to be a judge. So there are a number of grading schools that many of us have all attended, whether it be a one-day class to a three-day certified class in Canada, Vermont, Wisconsin. And so it is tough. So what I have here are just a couple of some of the samples of what we're looking for when we're looking for an off flavor of syrup, because the flavor itself is the largest portion of the grading and it's worth 40 points. So when we're looking at flavor, we have a wheel now, a flavor wheel. And whether that's a confectionery flavor, a maple flavor, a plant-based flavor. And then when we're looking for the off flavors, we're looking at sour, buddy, scorched, niter, and there are descriptions for all of these terminologies. So this is the most subjective part, and this is why we always have at least 3 judges, so that it's not a monopoly. It is, okay, 2 out of 3, this is what we're going with. So it is tough, you know, when you're looking at judging, a matter of a tenth of a point or a point can make or break a score from a blue to a red to a yellow ribbon. So it is so important to have this.
Brenda, if I could, before you put that back, I see there's a nose on here. So, I mean, tell us about that. I mean, the smell of the syrup, and what is that like, and what's going through the judges' minds with the smell?
Right, so you do want to make sure that you capture every sense of your system. So you want to start with, as you would with a cheese or a wine, any type of food. So you start with the smell, with the aroma, as you check that. Is it an off flavor? Do you get a nice maple flavor? Do you get a smoky sense as you're smelling it? And then you go into the taste. And you want to start with with the front of your tongue and make sure you have that follow through too, because you might have a really good smelling syrup, but all of a sudden you put that on the tip of your tongue and then you have this aftertaste as well. So what you'll notice is, again, flavor being the biggest part, is that we do have water and stuff for the judges, because not only getting a sugar high at the end of the day, we do want to make sure that their palates are nice and clean between every flavor, every sample. So what we're doing is, the reason we look at some of the samples and we go from light to dark is that we want to capture not only the lightest sampling or the lighter flavor syrup, but if you go from light to dark, your palate's going to be changed. So you want to make sure that you're cleaning your palate every time and that you are starting with that lightest syrup to really capture that flavor, and then going into your more robust, a dark, robust syrup that's going to have a more dominant profile for you there.
Okay. Good explanation. I understand more now.
Sure,
Yeah.
right? Love it. So yeah, what we're going to do, go ahead.
Well, no, you might want to touch on the fact that they do have those little grading,
Oh.
sorry, guys.
Thank you, Dawn.
These
Go
little
ahead.
guys
Step
right
over here,
and
Brenda.
Yep.
Right over there.
and they do sell these through the extension. You want to maybe touch on those? Just,
Oh, you just talk about
just,
it. Dawn, again, from Ralph's Sugar Bush up in Cadott, is absolutely freaking amazing. So what happens is when we go through the grading schools, we are looking at off flavors. And so what's happening is that you can actually pick up these kits and so you can taste what an off flavor is. So what is a niter flavor? What is a sour flavor? What does a metabolism flavor taste like? And go from there. So,
good learning tool.
yeah, so you can pick those up at a number of Sugar Bushes. Dawn has them, they do have them available at Raw Sugar Bush. I know that I've seen them at a number of other locations, and like University of Vermont, you can contact direct for that. So that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. aside from that, the very last thing we're going to look at, so after we do flavor, we're going to sneak over here and we're just going to look at the bottles. So again, in the very beginning of the syrup judging, everything is blind. So every sample is assigned a number. And at the end of the day, the very last item the judges are going to score is the actual label. We want to make sure that the labels are meeting our Wisconsin DATCAP, Department of Ag, regulations. So we're looking at, is it a unique label? Is it a nice label? Is it just a black and white label? So there is a point system for that as well. So then again, at the end of the judging, we'll tally all the scores, and actually we are going to be announcing those live here at the culmination of the syrup judging. So we do want to make sure that, as you guys can kind of see and watch what's going on behind the scenes, you come back at the end, because we're going to announce those live. And then again at 2 o'clock, to remember that we will have our first virtual live stream going on for the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association. You can check that out on the website, wismaple.org, for those Zoom feeds to get in on that. But again, very exciting. So honestly, we're going to turn it over to Dawn, Mike, and Dave and let them do their thing.
All right, well, let's have some fun. Let's taste some syrup. We talked about the sugar high. I'm looking forward to that, too.
Me too.
Yeah, yeah. All right, very good. We'll let the judges take their places.
All right.
Okay,
So as Brenda said, they're all numbered. We took samples from each one, and as you can see, they all have a number on it. So we're gonna start down there by Dave, and we're gonna check density first, Dave, because that's the first thing on our slip. How's that? If you check density? And this is kind of, well, we calibrated the refractometer. No. Did you bring that one, Dave?
No, it was
Oh,
here.
no, I don't know. It's not ours. The light meter?
No, that was just Chris's. We brought in for a sample to show
Oh.
some of the equipment.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that as long as they're in the jars, we can just do this, right? We'll do the.
As far as color goes, yeah.
Yeah.
But the density, so what we'll do is we will use the refractometer, and this is kind of a,
Who's gonna run the dipstick?
I could probably run a dipstick. Come on, dipstick.
That's way flat.
So we're putting a drop of syrup on the refractometer,
You'll need more.
and we're gonna check the density of each sample. And this is sample number what, Dave?
5.
Sample number 5.
Screw it.
So the reason we hold it up to the light is you can see it a bit better. It's a little bit easier to see when it's in the light. The numbers are a bit easier to see. So now we just kind of compare notes and see whose eyes are the best. Right?
So you're seeing like about just over 78.
Okay, got switched.
Does it need to be focused?
It's in the other pattern now.
We have, So we're looking at the bricks.
Just over 67, right?
No. Oh, yep, just over 67.
So these guys, let's see. I have to focus because I am, yep. So it is, yep, just over 67. So, you know, it is just a hair thick. So on our score sheet, we have a 66.0 to 66.9 is 30 points. We have 67.0 to 68.9 is 20 points. And then above 68.9 or below 66, it is disqualified. So this one will gain 20 points because it is 67 bricks. The other one might be a little bit easier to see. I
this
brought
one is-
my refractometer
Yeah,
from
I like
home.
one of the lines in.
Yeah, that might be a little bit easier to see. It was a,
All right, so for those watching virtually right now, you feel free to submit your questions, and they will be answered later in the Zoom presentation. So, but feel free to ask questions. You can submit those on your Zoom portal in the Zoom queue. Yeah. So ask away, and those questions will be answered later during the Zoom presentation later this afternoon.
so this entry number 5 got 20 points for density. You guys want us to dance in between time to liven it up? Feel
That's right, change up.
What number do we have here, Dave?
3.
Entry number 3. You can focus, Mike, if you need to.
Just turn that. That's good.
Just over 67.
Maybe we can, sometimes you get a little air
Yeah,
bubble in
air
there.
bubble,
And so sometimes we just
Really
need
got
to,
it out, I think. Yeah. Seven. 6. About 68 and a half.
Yep, I agree with you. Just put it down.
yeah, that one's a little thick. So entry number 3 was 68.5. So we're gonna, so that again scored 20 points. It was a little bit thick, so. All right, we're on to the next one.
Number 10.
Number 10? Entry number 10.
So then the sweet spot, Dawn, would be 66.5?
Anywhere between 66 and 66.9. I mean, it's, 66.6 is is where it,
That's your
Yeah.
sweet spot,
Yeah.
that's what we want.
yeah.
This one, come on, you're good. Yeah, I'd give it about 69.8.
So- Yep, it's real close to 70. So this guy, yep, so we're gonna do you say?
Yep, I agree.
So we wash, just, we wash that off in between each and every one. We wash it and dry it thoroughly, so, because if we didn't do that, it would get thicker and thicker each time. So we are wiping them off. This one, the entry number 10, was a little thick. So it came out to be 68, what was it, 68.9? We're just gonna calibrate it right now real quick and try this one more time. Maybe we'll just try that sample one more time. So those guys are just calibrating it real quick.
Sometimes
It
when there's a
was-
question, and we just wanna make sure that what we're looking at is true.
You don't wanna disqualify somebody if, if there's something.
Well, to me, that's reading 67, isn't it? Was it reading, so it
So
is a point
maybe
five.
so then we can,
Change that.
yep, so then we'll just adjust it. So in the, with the refractometer, so what you do is put the calibration, I'm sure everybody out there knows what they're doing with it, but if you didn't, with the calibration solution,
What's
you put calibration solution on it, and then when it's on there, you adjust it to the proper setting, because sometimes it does get a little out of whack. So Dave's just calibrating it. We thought we had this done, sorry. But what we might do is just go back and check the first two samples also, just in case. We don't want to deduct 10 points if we don't. Just like fixing a car, Dave.
Yeah. Well, I've turned too much. Okay, that one once. It's gonna be just a faint blue line then now,
At 66.
66. That's what you have, right?
Perfect, right on the money. I'll take my car to you.
Okay.
So sometimes when you start to notice more and more
Right.
numbers being off,
A
it's
little-
just a good thing to recheck.
Are you going back to 5?
So we're just gonna start over, and.
We just wanna make sure they know what they're doing.
Yep.
At the end of the day, that's really what it's all
Right,
about.
exactly. Us or the producer?
You know.
I'm teasing.
Me, it was my instrument this
I'm
time.
I'm just
Sugar
gonna,
plum.
I'm gonna grab 2 more of those and just start over.
Well, now it'll be a breeze.
bubble wrap.
Sixty-seven. 67.
Oh, so that one was right where it was when we started. Yep, yep, that's what I see, 67. So, there we go. So that one is, all right, so now we're gonna go back to entry, entry number 3. Is that what you got, Mike?
Yep.
This is exciting stuff, I'm telling you. It is tough though, because so many times what happens during the Winter Institute is the judging is done in the beginning of the Institute or in the beginning of our annual meeting.
Right.
So none of us see what's happening behind the scenes.
Right.
So to actually be here today and to be able to say, okay, we're checking color, I'm gonna use a refractometer, or I could use my wooden box.
Right.
To look at it, and to really see from a judge's, vantage point that it is a blind sampling, that we're not doing anything, to skew any of the results.
Exactly, exactly.
This is just about 67-1. Just above the 67 line, and just to the next.
I agree.
And as the producers get more and more advanced, they do have the option, there are,
Yep,
um,
67.1 is what I,
but there are digital.
there are
refractometers.
digital, yes, there are digital
Refractometers.
refractometers, but yeah, those also have to be calibrated and,
How
you know,
did we do on our, from the 3?
the number 3 was, it was a little lower. Because on the first one, we had 68.5, so,
Okay.
yeah, so,
So then we'll go back to our 10 again.
right.
We didn't do 5 over.
We did 5. Mm-hmm. Yep, so this was entry number 3. So now we're at 10.
Which we have white, light.
They will, yeah. Yeah, the questions are on the other side. Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna answer them now?
Along the way.
We have a question?
We have a number of questions, you guys.
We have a number of questions
So-
that came in from the viewers?
Yes,
Go ahead, so Brenda, grab the microphone.
okay. I'm gonna
That's
ask all you guys to
exciting.
answer them, because I don't know the answers. Okay, so you guys, as we've been doing some of the maple syrup judging, we've been getting a number of questions popping in from the viewers wondering what is going on at different portions. And I'm gonna ask some of you guys for your expertise. So one of the questions is, what makes the different colors of syrup? And I will say personally myself, my brother has always made a lighter syrup, and our sugar bush has almost always made a more of a dark robust versus the amber rich colors. So Dawn, in your opinion, no, you're good. What makes up the different colors of syrup, or why are there varying colors of syrup? It could be attributed to a number of things, from soil, sap.
You know, Mother Nature always, oh, I get to hold the
You
microphone.
do.
So Mother Nature normally would give us the lighter syrup at the beginning of the season, and then as the season progresses, it gets darker with color and stronger with taste. Now, that's normally how it goes. Not always does it go that way. I mean, there are times that you're making light syrup at the end of season. So like Brenda said, it has to do with many things. And, you know, my father-in-law, who's 92, always said you could line up 10 different people and ask them the same question, and they would all have a different answer, you know? Some people say it's the amount of precipitation you get throughout the year, or some people say it's, you know, the soil makeup. It could be a variety of many things, but generally, it is the lighter syrup is made at the beginning of the season, and then it darkens as it gets to the end. So, I don't know, Dave, do you have any, what's that? Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, good point, Dave. Another rule of thumb is also, yes, besides the weather issue, there is the, you know, cooking your sap as quickly as you get it. That's a big issue. There are a lot of people that hang on to their sap for, you know, and say, well, I'm going to just cook my sap on the weekends, you know. Well, you know, it doesn't always work like that. You need to get that sap boiled as soon as you can. And then there's also a rule of thumb that, you know, when you're cooking your syrup, the deeper you cook, the longer it takes, the darker it gets. So there's always that rule of thumb, you know, you want to cook a little shallower, you want to make smaller batches. You know, there are some people that, you know, will fill up their pan and go milk their cows, or whatever the case is, you know, then you're going to create darker syrup. I mean, that's just, you know, it's going to, because you keep adding and you keep boiling and you keep boiling, keep boiling. So yeah, Dave, you had a good thing there, but that's a big issue also. You know, you want to cook that sap as fast as you get it, and you want to, you know, cook shallow, make smaller batches, and, you know, you're going to make a lighter product, you know, a little better tasting product. You know, if, you know, I shouldn't say better tasting. You know, some people like it dark. There's a market for dark syrup, but yeah, so that's a big factor also.
So you've kind of touched base on the next question here, Therese, or Dawn, and that is, I'll let you finish putting in the score. Nope, finish your scoring. That's the more important thing.
Was number 10, so entry number 10 was a little bit thick also, so that one was thick even before we calibrated it. It was 69 bricks, so that one did go over the mark, so we did have to disqualify that one because it was 68.9 is
The threshold.
yeah.
Okay.
So we did have to disqualify that. So, okay, so this is entry number 7. Okay.
So again, as we continue watching the judging here, the questions are being asked, and you're wondering, well, how in the world did anybody submit a question? Questions are put into the Zoom call queue, and then as we saw here, Brenda will find those questions, and if we can, we'll answer them here. And as soon as this next submission is finished, we will have the next question. So again, you can submit questions in the queue, and they will be answered during the broadcast or later on this afternoon. Go ahead, Brenda.
So Therese, or sorry, Dawn, I did it again. You had touched base previously on what makes the different colors of syrup and cooking that sap right away. One of the other questions was what causes thick and thin maple syrups? So as you're looking at the density here, you're seeing some at a 66 brick, some at unfortunately a 70 that just got disqualified. What makes that syrup thicker or thinner? Is it just cook time? Is it heat? Is it sugar content in the sap? What do you think helps or attributes to some of that thick versus the thin syrup?
Well, it really comes down to cook time. For that matter, we get a lot of syrup in that's thin. You know, people are hurrying a batch, or they're, you know, that's why it's really, really, you know, imperative to have a hydrometer or a refractometer, and just to make sure that, you know, it is a lot of people used to, and maybe still do, have the spoon method where they take the spoon, and when it drips off the spoon, you know, then it's done. That does work for some people, but then you have this issue where it does get a little too thick or a little too thin. And if it gets too thick, if it's not cooked enough, it's going to mold on you. So you really, really want to make sure that it's not too thin. And then on the flip side, if it gets too thick, you're going to have it crystallize in the bottom of your container. So that's, so there's that fine line there that you really need to focus on. Cooking time is a big factor, the factor in thickness and thinness. So
Thank you, Dawn. Yep, so at the end of the day, you don't want it to be able to drink it down like a soda, so to say, but you don't want it gumming up on your teeth either, where it's sticking in your mouth. Thank you.
So entry number 4 was 67.1, so that is a 20 points. Just so you guys all know that we had 17 entries, so you're wondering where we are in the process. What number are we on? We're on 4.
Well, no, we're not on number 4 because they're
Oh, yeah, we're not on.
multi-colored.
Yeah, that's right, because we did it according to color. So, we're on, to be exact, 5. We're now starting 6.
And when we're looking at density on the score sheet, which you can find on wismaple.org, so different entities, different contests might use a different judging method. The Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association uses a standard score sheet that was approved by the association at an annual meeting. So this actually, I believe in the meeting, the comment was, we've always been given more than 100%, so it's actually a 110-point scoring session or scoring sheet that we use. And the density that you're checking right now is actually in that sweet spot, that 66 to 66.9 bricks is worth 30 points. The others are 67 to 68.9, causes a 10-point deduction and drops that to 20 points. And again, those that are below 66 bricks are not true syrup, so those would be disqualified, and those above 67 are also disqualified. And again, as the viewers may have seen, that they did recalibrate the refractometer partway through and actually restarted the judging process because there were some high ones and wanted to verify that indeed it was a disqualified, unfortunately, sample. So, okay. Sure. And Dawn, I know I keep pointing some of these questions to you, and I apologize for that. I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but because you guys do have, you are a dealer, and you do buy bulk syrup, and you do have a store, and you ship syrup throughout, and you supply syrup to a number of locations. So this one really does pertain to the retail industry. It says, why in the retail setting is all maple syrup the same color? And what color is the ideal color? Now, my initial thought process is that in the retail setting, it's not all the same color. But in order to be a true grade A, it has to have a color code on that package, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the ideal color is really going to depend on what you're going to be using it for, whether you're baking, coating almonds with it, creating a maple sugar, or if you're just using it on your pancakes, and a personal preference. Does that sound right?
That's exactly right. So that's, really it comes down to personal preference. There are different grades, but if so many of the consumers have a lot of consumers that don't know the maple industry will see the light syrup and they'll think it's not a finished product, because they're used to whatever, log cabin or whatever. But they'll think it's, that's really light, so, that's not a finished product, It really, really comes down to personal preference. We get calls all the time where, people want light syrup or they want dark syrup. Dark syrup is better for ingredients. not, I shouldn't say better, but it adds more flavor, you know, it has a more maple flavor, therefore you don't have to use as much in the ingredient end of it, baking, whatever. So,
darker it is, it has a more robust
correct. Correct. It's a stronger maple. Yep. And that's why so many ingredient, you know, companies use the stronger. You know, what used to be the grade B, you know, it's not the grade B anymore because they changed grading system. But that's, and that's why they use that. So really, you know, when we used to, we're not in the grocery food warehouses, you know, like a lot of the producers are, the bigger producers. So, you know, I guess I don't follow that as much as I should, you know, as far as the shelf, you know, and the colors on the shelves. But when we were there, we always did, you know, a medium to dark amber, which is amber to amber robust now, I guess. But we did that because it was consistent and you didn't have the questions as is, you know, if the lighter stuff, well, how come it's so light? It's not finished. It's not, is it a finished product, you know? So we always, when we were in the grocery food warehouse business, we would always just keep it simple on our end and, you know, and it just kind of helps the consumer, so.
Thank you. And I will say that tomorrow, on Saturday, during the virtual Winter Institute, there will be a round, around the farm table, a cooking with Inga. And so that might be a nice time to bring this question back and ask her from a professional side as far as on the cooking aspect, what does she look for in some of those products? So again, we'll just, as you guys have questions, keep submitting them. We will ask our panel of judges, and then we will also come back and bring them back during the live session of the Maple Institute, because between today and tomorrow, there will be a number of sessions. Dr. Jesse Randall will be speaking, Dr. Tim Perkins, anything from sap yield to color to liability insurance, label changes. As you know, the last step here today will be checking the labels. So there will be DATCAP, FDA on site. So as you have questions, not only for our judges here for what we're looking for, but that we can bring to the table later in tonight and tomorrow's sessions.
Okay, so number 13, is that the next one in line? Yes. Okay. Entry number 13. All right. All right. That one was 67.2. So that was our first one, right? Entry number 6. Yep. Again, that's 16. Yep, and then that one would be 9 with the line under it. Yep.
This is 68.2.
All right, so that one came in at 68.2.
No, the one that counts the most. The one that counts the most. Without the right numbers, it don't work.
So this is number 17.
Say 67.5.
That one was at 67.5. Entry number 12, you say?
Yes.
I like to dance with that bubble.
Figure that's easier than shaking.
And 16.5.
They're all high. Yeah. I think you dropped it. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so this one, entry number 12 was 69.5. So that one was a little thick, so we're going to have to disqualify that one.
Can't do the blow in here.
Yeah,
You see that bubble there, blow the bubble off.
just saves a lot of.
See, this is 66.8, 66.9.
All right, yep, so we got 66.8. Now what number was that?
16.
Entry number 16, so that was 30 points. All right, what one's that one, Mike?
11.
Entry number 11.
You feel that one drags on there.
It is a little odd.
You didn't get it all on.
Do you need a wet one? Do you need to?
Right.
Yep, you got,
I got it at the other end now. Oh, that end. There it is. Okay, now it's polished.
Any perfect scores over there yet, Dawn?
yep, we've got two perfect
Ooh.
scores. Yep. Lots of 20s. But,
Oh, I think you just recalibrated again.
There are.
It is tough
It,
because.
it really is. Like I said, it's such a fine line, you know,
And part
that
of the reason
thickness.
then for having 3 judges is so that it's not just the subjectiveness of one person's personal vision.
Exactly. 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 Hi, Justin. 68 on the nose. And this one is number 15.
You know, and Dawn, the equipment, Mike and Dave, that you guys are using to check these, anybody can purchase this equipment. It's not just for a retailer, a wholesaler.
Right.
Any sugar bush from the person tapping 20 trees in their backyard versus the person tapping 20,000 trees.
Right.
The same products are available for testing, but there is a price. So you can get smaller ones around $100 to $140 for the, but then when you go to digital, you're looking at $600, $700, $800, right?
That's exactly right. Mhm.
So it just
You
depends on
can-
how, you know, what your end use is or how,
Right, you know, and a lot of people do the density with a
67,
hydrometer,
203.
which is $17. But, you know, they're not always as accurate, so, I mean, like, we still use hydrometers when we're cooking, I don't know, you guys probably do too. And then we always, you know, check it with the refractometer and, you know, but we have hydrometers there all the time. I mean, you know, they're always checking, so, what do we got? 67.1, .2, something, right in that ballpark?
so Dawn, you just talked about the hydrometer.
Yes.
Being the most basic form of testing.
Yes,
And what I brought here was from the teacher kit.
uh-huh,
So teachers can get a kit for their classroom.
mhm,
And basically, as you're cooking, you're scooping syrup, almost finished syrup,
Yep.
right out of your pan,
Yep.
right?
mhm,
And then you're looking at your hydrometer, and I don't want to break it because I know they're glass. There are 2 lines here, there's 2 red lines,
exactly.
okay? So as we're cooking with hot syrup,
Mhm.
we're using the top line,
Right,
right?
there's a hot test line and a cold test line. And
Okay.
it says it right on there.
Yeah.
Yep, hot test, cold test.
But the problem is, as you're using a hydrometer, for a person using a flat pan, Mike, what do you guys use? Flat pan, you have an evaporator.
Yes.
And Dave, you have an evaporator. But if a person's using a flat pan, they don't want to wait until they get beyond the red line, because what happens is as they draw that off, that syrup's going to continue to cook as they're drawing it off.
Right,
So they're actually overcooking.
Right.
And they're going to be hitting the 69, 70, 71 bricks and
Right.
being overdone, and also risk a burnt flavor or something
Yep.
to that effect.
Yep.
Okay.
So when we sell a hydrometer, we always tell people to pull it off just a hair above the hot test line.
Yep, okay.
You know, because
Yep.
then they're, you know, then, like you said, you know, that syrup is still cooking, it's hot, it's, you know, it's still thickening. So we tell them just a hair above the hot test.
Yep. So
That's what-
after you've taken your syrup off, and let's say you have it in a barrel,
number is
in a
this?
keg, and you want to grate it.
66
You
and a
could
half.
theoretically take a room temperature syrup and pop this in, and it'll float. And you want it to be at that red line for the cold test,
For the
room
cold
temperature
test.
test.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep. That is exactly it.
thank you.
You bet.
And these teacher
What number
packets
is
are
this?
available to
Number
all
9.
schools. Any teacher can contact wismaple.org through the website or, yep, there's an email address there, or contacting Teresa. I'll be happy to send out a packet that includes taps, bag holders, bags for collecting sap, a hydrometer,
booklet,
a
a real-
sap tester, okay.
And a real nice
we'll look
booklet.
at that later too, you guys. We do have a table of products that are available. But especially for the teaching staff and organizations, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H's, FFAs, it's just an amazing tool to have, to showcase that when you're driving along and seeing these blue lines through the
Right.
woods,
Right.
some of us are still using the buckets with the lids and the taps in the tree, and some are still using the
bags
bag
and the
holders and things of that
holders.
nature. So again, these teacher packets are really for anybody,
I'd say
from the ones who just wanna
66.
tap their
That's exactly
backyard,
right.
all the way to the 10,000 plus cat producers.
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. 66.7, I would say. What do you guys get?
I had 6.
Oh,
It's
close enough,
yeah,
yep.
it's
All right. Number 14. Is this the last one?
That's the darkest.
So this is the last one for density. This is entry number 2.
a 67 feet.
Yep. It's a good eye, Dave.
Sometimes it comes out real clear and the next one is
Right.
fuzzy.
Okay, so that was all of them for density. So now, we start over with color. So we'll just do the same thing we did with density. We just take each one in line and look at the color and see where the color falls. And then they have to
We wanna know the
Have-
color not only to see
Where-
where it is, but technically to be a grade A maple syrup,
Right.
that color needs to be labeled on the product. So you guys, later in the judging. So you guys, what we were just talking about is that color is going to be the next item that is graded. Now, what we're looking at is not only is the color there, but in order to be a grade A maple syrup, the packaging that you have, the syrup that you have must be labeled, whether it's a dark robust, whether it is an amber rich color. So what we're doing is checking not only what the color is of the product, but do you have the right color code for a grade A labeled maple syrup container?
So it actually has to be correct in the judging, and it has to be labeled the color, and the color has to be that color or lighter than that color. I mean, so it can't,
So what you have here is a grading kit.
correct,
This is a really old one.
A really old
But
one.
an amazing
Yeah.
one.
really old.
So as you're taking your sample cup and going from side to side and holding it up to the light, in order to be called a medium amber, this sample here has to be lighter or as dark as
Correct.
that color, right? Okay.
Correct. So you just can't have, like, this is a dark robust, you can't have a golden delicate or
Or
an
an
amber
amber.
rich on this bottle if it's dark, is
Because you
what,
can tell that amber
correct,
is obviously a different shade,
right.
hue, okay.
Yep. So what we might do is we might have,
Now,
You-
are any of you colorblind?
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
Are you
just-
guys colorblind? That should have been a criteria to
I
ask
know,
before we
I
start
know.
this.
I'm sorry, now I'm struggling with this. No, it is tough. So, because color is such a piece of the judging, that unfortunately there are people that are at a bit of a disadvantage if they don't have somebody that that is colorblind.
Correct.
So, yeah, crazy how that all plays a role. Okay.
Yep.
So, all right. So what we'll do is color is our next one for 10 points. So maybe, since Brenda's not a judge and we can't really see
containers, we'll grade the color, and then we'll let you know the number of it, and then you can pull it and tell us what color is on, what label is on that bottle, okay?
Facing the same distance apart.
So,
That makes a difference in the plastic.
so like all of you know, on our grading sheet, we have the golden delicate, the amber rich, the dark robust, the very dark strong. And if it doesn't match the color, then it does get disqualified. If the color doesn't match the label that's on the bottle, it gets disqualified. So, like we were talking before, you can't label it golden delicate and have a dark robust in the bottle. So,
As far as the half of them are, right here.
Just test this one once.
so maybe, so maybe we could,
I'm thinking so.
so maybe we could start with like the first sample and see what it grades, which is, and then we can ask Brenda what label is on it. What do you guys think? And then we can go according to,
Here's what is by one, right?
Okay. I think I learned my numbers. I got them in order now.
perfect.
Where would we start with the robust here?
So that was the next split, right?
About there? Where's this one? Okay.
Oh, so you're gonna use the light meter? Yeah, well, I mean, they have it graded as, does it break it down as to what it is on the light meter, golden delicate?
It does back here.
Okay, sure. I mean, yep, that's totally fine. See, we do it the old-fashioned way with our old grading kit, but, yep, we're good.
No, that works.
This is how we buy and sell syrup every day,
I was gonna say.
you know.
This
it-
is the one that everybody's gonna, and this very few people are gonna have.
Right, and I'm thinking this one will be easier to go with than that one, because, and then we'd have to have enough little bottles for that one, you know,
Right.
which I don't know if we do, because otherwise you're gonna get the colors mixed up. So I think we should just go with this one, and then if you guys wanna, and then.
Fingers are too big to get.
Okay.
And then Brenda will, so if you put number 13 in, that's where I start. And then if Brenda pulls 13 over there, because we can't see whose bottles they are, you know, because and then. So then Brenda we'll ask Brenda what color they've got on the bottle, and,
It's lighter than that.
Right, definitely.
all right. Mm-hmm. Yep, so that's good, so,
So they have it listed as Wisconsin grade A amber,
so.
amber rich.
Okay, yes, so this is lighter than, so the sample is lighter than what they have labeled on their bottles, so they're good to go. Because you can have, if it's lighter, if it's darker than what you have labeled, you know, that doesn't work, so,
Okay, so they're getting full points.
correct,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah, that's-
So this is number 5, yep, and number 5, Brenda? Yep, that's pretty, it's really pretty.
Number 5 is listed as a Wisconsin grade A amber rich.
So there again. So,
Good, yeah.
yep, so these are going as golden delicate. And so
What number?
this is number 3.
Amber.
Okay, so we're good there
Just about exactly the same. The other one's in
as the
lighter.
golden. So still a golden delicate. Number 10, yep, That's really pretty.
Yeah, number 10 is an amber.
All right.
Good.
Okay, so this is number 7.
Yes.
Yep. There again, a golden delicate. This is a little bit quicker process. So that is number 7?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, number 4, Brenda.
I fall behind you.
Now
Where
we're
are my
getting,
numbers?
we're
Okay,
getting close
number
now.
4.
It'll,
Listed
it'll
as
probably
amber.
make the light yet.
It will make the light?
It's gonna be.
Okay,
It's close.
so,
Maybe
and-
it's
and that
12
was-
months tall, though, you
Oh,
know.
yeah,
4.
but it's, yeah. I say it is really close, but I still say it's just a smidge. Okay, number 1, Brenda.
Number 1 is listed as an amber.
Yep, now we're.
So now you're at the ambers?
Yeah,
Okay,
we made the grade. It worked out pretty good, though.
okay. Number 8, Brenda.
Yeah, that's pretty money.
Number 8 is listed as a dark, grade A, dark robot.
It's lighter than that.
Okay, so this one we have as an amber rich, but they have on there as a dark robust on the label, which is fine because,
You can label it darker, not lighter, but we're not
Exact-
going to give you full points. Are they gonna get
No.
docked or will they get full points?
it will be full points as
Okay.
long as it's labeled, you know,
At least that color or
or,
darker.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so number 6.
Number 6 is listed as an amber.
Yeah, it'll make the amber yet. We're getting close. though. What do you think?
I think, yeah, I agree with you.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I think that's pretty. Okay, number 17.
Number 17 is listed as an amber color.
Yeah, that'll make it amber yet.
Number 12, yeah, they're disqualified anyway.
But we'll continue on.
Right, yes, yes,
So,
just
yeah,
for, so they, yep,
They were listed as an amber.
Almost, it's a little darker than this. It's
Yeah, a little just a hair.
just, ain't quite as dark as this.
oh, it's so close. I say it's right there. I don't know, I say it's right there,
Yeah, what did they look for that?
They listed as amber.
yeah. I say it's right there, don't you?
It's the last one in that, in the
Yeah.
in the amber. After that, it's gonna go to dark. How you doing?
Oh, so number 16, sorry.
Number 16 is listed as a dark robot.
Yeah. So that one is darker than the amber, but he's good to go. He'll get full points because it was labeled as a dark robot. So, yeah, that was 16. So number 11.
Yeah, it's darker than the medium.
Grade A, dark color.
Okay. All right. Number 15.
Woo. Number 15 is labeled as a dark robot. I
Nothing,
just wanna keep it interesting here, that's all.
nothing broke, right?
No. I'm not looking my
Yeah.
fingers yet. Well, the glass wouldn't have hurt me.
Okay, that was number 15.
Yep.
So number 9, Brenda.
Number 9.
Close in.
Yes, it is.
I don't see it listed here, but we'll come back to that and we'll have you take a look when you have it in the labels,
Okay.
okay?
All right, so amber, I'm just gonna write check label on this one.
That's number 9.
Okay. And then we have number 14.
Number 14 is listed as on profile.
Okay, we just switched it, that's fine.
Sorry.
Okay, you're gonna go with, we'll go with 2. Or does it make any difference?
Okay.
It's
let's-
just their last
Yeah,
name.
yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's go with
Number 2.
2. Let's go with 2, Brenda.
Okay.
Sorry, I had my pages.
Number 2 is listed as a grade A amber.
All right, so this one is listed as an amber, but in our grading thing, it's a hair darker than amber. So it's gonna cut back on a few points. So because it graded darker than what the label says. So. And now this one's 14.
14 with dark robust.
Yep, so we're good there. Okay, so, good job, guys.
I have a question, is that okay?
Absolutely.
I didn't submit my question on the Zoom, so I'll ask it.
Is that
here
legal?
instead. Well, no, yeah, I think so. So a question about the coloring, and we're comparing the actual color to what was put on the labels. The producers, when they are, how much does the producer take into account? You're using these instruments to determine the color. Are the producers doing the same thing? My question really is, how is it that sometimes those colors aren't matching what's on the labels? How might that happen?
Well, and there again, they do have a tool out there. Like, this is a permanent grading kit, which is very old, like Dave said, but they do make a temporary grading kit that sells for $20, and you can update it it's good for 3 years, isn't it? Before the colors do, change in the temporary grading kit. But it's a great tool to use, and then it takes out all the question. It takes the question out of what color we are. As long as, it is that color or above, you're good to go.
All right, so
So-
it's not a matter of they're trying to slip one past you.
No,
it
there's
just
just
maybe
some
just-
people that, because like Dave and Mike said, it's really close. Some of them are really, really close, but in all fairness, and it's all beautiful syrup. I mean, you can just see how pretty it all is. But, so it's just a matter of, when it comes down to, the way the grading system works.
An official
So-
judgment grading scale versus what I'm doing in my production facility. And
right.
There just could be a difference in that.
Exactly,
All right.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, very good. What's up next?
Absolutely. So now we have flavor, the fun part.
Oh, boy. All right.
We're gonna move the table, or move, or we're gonna just do the flavoring over
I
there?
say we could do it here, don't you guys think? We have cups over here too, dear. Yeah, we'll just, we will just do. I'm just gonna grab my water over there.
No, we don't want to disrupt the judges. What they're going to do now, though, you guys, is prep the table for the biggest part of the judging, and that is going to be the flavor profile. So again, you guys are going to be looking for off flavors, smells, aromas. If you're cooking and you're throwing some rubber tires in there, it's going to come through in the flavor and the aroma. If you're overcooking, you're going to get a burnt flavor. If you've got a niter or you've got a nutrient deficiency, sometimes that will come through. So what you guys are going to be utilizing now is going to be a color, not a color wheel, a flavor wheel, right? To show what some of the different off flavors or what some of the good flavors are. You might get a flowery flavor or, and again, the lighter syrups versus the darker syrups having a more robust, might be a more predominant
Right.
profile. Okay.
And you know, it really does come down to a lot of personal preference too. You know, like when we're buying syrup, a lot of people will say, you know, it'll have a really
Shirley, can I
smoky
have a
taste.
ribbon?
And they'll say, well, this is how my customers like it. And so, you know, it does come down to, there is a bit of personal preference involved in it.
And I'm going to ask you, now you are on the State Fair Committee for the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association. So the blue ribbon here is not just bragging rights.
Right.
If you get a blue ribbon to show that you have the color, the clarity, the density, and most importantly, the flavor, you, with a blue ribbon at the WMSPA judging, can then bid your product for the State Fair Committee to be sold at the Wisconsin State Fair booth through the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. You know, but this judging is just for the blue ribbon. The judging
Right.
for the state fair, so today's judging is just because we didn't do it last year, you know, there wasn't the state fair last year, you know, it was all canceled, so they're doing this as like a 2020.
From last year's production.
Right,
So the
right.
next annual meeting is coming up in May.
May.
And in May, here at Hotel Marshfield, there will be another syrup judging
Correct,
for the 2021 production dates.
correct.
And if you get a blue ribbon at that judging, again, bragging rights, but the ability to bid this product
Yep.
for sale through the WMSPA booth at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Correct,
So this is a
Yep.
pretty big deal.
it is.
And in order to have your syrup judged here, you want to be a member of the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association. So again, you guys can go to wismaple.org. There is a registration form there. You can contact Teresa, you can contact Steve, we can email the forms out. Member benefits, not only having your syrup judged, but we have a minimum of 2 meetings a year, an annual and a semi-annual. There's a maple syrup judging. There's a promotion committee that meets monthly to discuss things from label requirements, FSMA, food safety items that are coming up that the industry should touch base on. We also have representatives from the organization that are members of the IMSI, which is the International Maple Council, and the NAMSC, the North American Maple. Also, as an added benefit, as becoming a member, so your membership dollars, you will get a newsletter,
Newsletter,
which you can have
Yep,
paper
I've-
or emailed.
yep.
You,
Which could,
yep,
You know, you can create your, you know, they're always looking for things
Mm-hmm.
to put into the newsletter, so, you know, it's a good sales tool, you know,
Yep.
if you have, you know, it's, you know, advertising recipes, you know, anything, you know, we're all here as an association, we're all here as a team, you know, so we can, you know, offer ideas, we
Yep.
can offer, you know, advice.
so member benefits, the newsletter, the Maple Trader, the Maple News, and the Maple Digest.
Yes.
So you have access to, plus online, a special portal for members only that has more in-depth information on hot topics, forms, FDA, USDA, DATCAP, Wisconsin Department of Ag. So it's just, again, the benefits. The organization really is a nonprofit there to assist producers of all sizes. Again, from that family in the backyard tapping the 10, 20 trees to the multi-thousand tap producers. Okay,
Absolutely.
I don't want to
Absolutely.
take
That's
too
what
much
it's
away
all
from your
about.
guys' time. Get your sugar highs on.
All right,
I think
you
we're
might
gonna
want to
change-
introduce
We're gonna
Shirley.
change the rotation here.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna do clarity first, because while we're still evaluating,
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
because otherwise, when we pour it
Abs-
out for tasting, there's nothing left.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
True.
Good job.
Nicely
Dave.
done, Dave. So, in addition to flavor, the other thing we're checking for is clarity. So what we're doing is a number of producers back in the day, and a number of us still, will use like a funnel, a cone-shaped filter, and manually drain that syrup through to filter it. But later tonight, right, we've got Maple Dude, we've got Pete, we've got Roth, Steve from Anderson's.
Yep.
They'll be talking
Jim
about,
McCaskey, yep.
they'll be talking about filter presses. So again, you can have a really great quality tasting syrup, but it can be really cloudy and just, it scares a person away from it.
Right.
So really and truly, part of the point system is checking just how clear, how well did you filter
Exactly,
all that out?
exactly.
Okay, so again, you guys, later on that Zoom session for the WMSPA Virtual Institute, we will have a number of people talking about the variety of different filter presses that are that are available. Some will be coming in off-site from their sugar bushes and explaining what there is. Okay, so again, go ahead, do your clarity. This is worth how many points?
This is worth 10 points.
Okay.
If best is 10, second best 8, it goes down 5, and then, you know, if it's super cloudy, you know,
Right.
there's no points. But
And
I
unfortunately,
don't
you guys
see any
have
of that.
seen this in the past. Maybe not as much now here, but I know that Dave and Shirley, you guys have seen this. You started Taylor, the Taylor County Maple Fest in Medford. So I know that you guys personally, when I have seen some of the judging there, you have had some really cloudy looking syrups unfortunately submitted, correct? So again, we just want to make sure that everybody, you don't have to have the filter presses. You don't have to have, you can use those cone filters. When we first started making maple syrup at our sugar bush, we filtered the sap before it came in. We filtered the syrup coming off of the pan, but then when we bottled it again, we refiltered it once again because we were using those cone shaped, the gravity. Now we have a filter press, which does make it easier, but even then it becomes a challenge because if you don't change the papers, yes, thank you. Or if you don't put enough,
Filtrate,
catching,
what we
yes,
call
thank you.
diatomaceous earth.
Oh my gosh, okay, that's some terminology, I'm not gonna get it right. But there is a challenge to it, there is a learning curve.
Right.
And, okay, so, yep, go ahead, look at your clarity to see how that is going to go through. And from there, when you guys start the judging on the flavor, again, you're going to start on the lighter syrups to not ruin your palate as you get to the darker syrups.
Exactly.
Okay, go to it, no, don't let me hold you back. Oh, yeah, so we've actually added another subjective person here. The nice thing about when you do some of these grading schools is that you find out that there are people in the world that are considered super tasters. And you have some that,
Are you a super taster?
well,
In wine judging, yeah.
oh, see? I love it. But it does make a difference. I know some people, when they get to the cooking stage, they're deaf to the taste of the maple. And so there are certain things that you're looking for. So now we've added Shirley Lemke here from Running Tree, Sugar Bush. Dave Lemke, again, the two of you guys together had started the Maple, or the Medford, Taylor County Maple Fest. Yep. Okay, and again, Mike, you're still with us? You're gonna get your sugar high on. And Dawn, you're sweet as can be, but we're gonna give you a little more sugar. So, okay. So thank you, Shirley, for joining us. Again, the reason we use multiple judges is so that we are not, being favoritism, right? Because everybody does have a different
Right.
palate. Okay.
Absolutely, you know, and we can all, you know, get our ideas together and, you know, it's,
Okay,
Yeah.
We're changing
yep,
to.
yep, so we're gonna
clarity now.
check clarity
Okay,
before
now
we
the
do
clarity
flavor.
We're gonna have to do,
And honestly, from
and I gotta have these
a
back,
standpoint,
so don't spill them.
okay,
Uh,
so are you doing clarity first though,
Right.
Dave? Okay,
But we have these poured already. for
oh, I
taste,
see,
that's
I
why.
see,
We're gonna
okay,
use that for tasting when we get to the taste.
oh, sure,
Yeah.
got it,
We're gonna put these back in the line here with.
got it. But really, as far as clarity goes, I mean,
We're gonna.
What
we
Dave's
can
gonna-
Go right out of here, right in line there, I think,
Yeah.
after this first one. This yours?
That's mine. I get I want to meet you before.
I think
And- go ahead,
your,
David.
your clarity, what scales have you have on clarity?
So clarity is, best is, the crystal clear is 10 points. Second best is 8 points, third best is 5 points, and then fourth best or lower, where it's really cloudy, is 0 points. But, you know, and I don't know how you guys do it at your sugar bush, but honestly, I mean, it's like, these all look super clear. I mean, they all look so clear.
We always kind of just, when we take a sample, if you can see your fingers on the other side clearly, I mean, it's really pretty, if you can see it, I mean, you can always tell when it's a bit cloudy.
Yes.
And so, I don't know, from here, looking at it, I mean, they all look really, but you go ahead, Dave, start
I
from,
guess that's what I was, if you can find one in there that it's cloudy, that's the one I would pick out and then use as a standard
yeah.
with the cloudy end. From standing back and looking,
I don't see any. I don't see any cloudiness at all.
I do
Um,
not.
These are like beautiful. I mean, they really are, each and every one of them. So I don't know if you guys see something I don't see, but I see nothing but
I don't see anything either.
clear.
Looks good, looks very good.
So, are you guys good with that?
Yes.
I would, okay, so we're gonna, like I said, good job, everybody,
Yep.
filtering,
and that's
good
what you're
job.
after in the judging, to make every product better.
Yep.
Every person's product better.
That's
That's
right.
the goal of it, and that's what you accomplished here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good-looking syrup.
Right.
So I'm just gonna go through this really quick. And then we'll get on to the fun part, huh?
The tasting.
The tasting.
Sugar high. Okay, wait a minute, are you diabetic? Do we
Nope.
need to get insulin pens out? Okay.
Nope,
Just
we're
making
good.
sure. Okay.
We're good.
Well, you're thinking of everything.
Oh, my gosh. I've
All
got
right.
my moments. They're few and far between, but I have some.
It's neat the way you have them arranged too, from
That was his idea when we
the light to the dark.
Yeah,
It really looks neat.
Dave-
You can just
Dave
see the
was-
change in color as you look along the stack.
You married a
White
smart
paper.
man, Shirley.
Yeah.
putting that white paper.
That helps too, yes.
Yeah, that was, all right. Okay, so that was all of them.
Okay, you have number 13 in the cup now, for tasting.
So what Dave did was he just put 3 cups, out of the sample bottle, he put 3 in here, so. That is really good. So are we supposed to just not say, we're supposed to find this?
Okay.
Because I say,
Yes.
all right.
Good maple flavor.
It does have a real, I'm trying to find something on this wheel here that,
Hangs in
I
your
don't
pocket.
know, I think it's really good.
We're looking for some more real charts.
Oh, here, you take that one.
No. I
It's
was-
okay,
For each one of you, to have. That's what I was looking for.
there were some printed, oh, yeah, maybe I have them. That was really good. Anybody got a pancake?
There you go.
I don't know. Brenda, did you have any more wheel charts that you printed off?
Oh, my gosh. I might have all kinds of fun stuff. Okay. Do you need some off flavor charts or not so much? You're professional.
All right, guys. I don't know. I don't know, like I say
Is
it
there a
falls.
description of the lighter syrup, what flavors, how it should taste? Is there a description of that that we could use, instead of just saying, we could say, yes, it fits that description, or,
And this one, no.
well, this wheel includes a lot of other products,
Yeah,
so it isn't just maple syrup.
we got,
I don't know, what I always think is, it's got that maple flavor, but yet leaves a good lingering taste.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't
Yep.
know,
An
that,
aftertaste,
that,
an aftertaste,
but it's a good one, you know,
Yes,
it's kinda
yes.
like,
the good maple.
yeah.
Maple
And
taste.
that's what I taste when
Oh, yeah.
I taste that one.
This one's better.
You know, I don't know what you would call it, but it doesn't really give it, but that's what I liked about that one. I think we need bigger samples.
Yeah, we gotta have bigger bottles. We usually use
So-
smaller cups at,
We do, yeah, I know this was all we had. So, so, okay, with that being said, what do you guys think as far as
That was number 13.
number 13? So, in this scoring section, your opportunity is to get 40 points, okay?
Okay.
So the best flavor is 40, second best 35, third best 30, and then it says deduct 5 points from each placing. You know, so after that, if it's off flavored, scorched, moldy, buddy, whatever, it's disqualified. But, I don't know, what would you guys give that one?
They're pretty good.
I think it's very good, right? It's a
Yeah.
delicate syrup,
It is,
and and yet it has a good maple flavor. But it's delicate, and that's what it should be.
exactly.
Mhm.
All right, so I personally would give it a 40.
Yes,
Yes,
I
I
would
agree
Okay.
with you.
All right, good job, number 13. This is when it's fun being a judge.
Yeah.
Now, what you do
It's
with
the
that,
good
I gotta get
samples
a
that's
waste
fun.
basket.
Okay.
While you discuss that, I'll get a waste basket.
Okay, bottoms up, guys. See, that one is good too. It-
Yes.
It is good, but it doesn't have that quite of a smooth taste as that first one did.
But it's
I
very
think-
very clean maple flavor, delicate flavor.
It's not as, it's very, very good. It's very good, but I think it's got just,
You're thinking a little less maple flavor?
I
Is that
think-
what you're thinking?
well, maybe not less maple flavor, but the first one was a little smoother.
Right.
It was
Okay.
like, it was like real smooth. What are your thoughts?
It's
I mean,
very
it's
good.
close to the top.
It's very good,
Yep.
yep. That one's done.
I'm hanging on to this one, I'm gonna savor every bit. So what are your thoughts, guys? That is good. I mean, it's really, really good.
I do too. I think
It's
it's
really
worth
good.
40, yes. To me,
It wasn't quite, I would say, as good as the first, but it's really, really good.
Great.
Yep.
So, okay, all right, so we're gonna do that.
There's no defense in there at all.
no, I don't
Okay.
think so either.
Three.
How come I got more than I did? I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I was just messing with you guys.
Just like drinking.
I was just teasing. Wow,
That is good too.
that's really good.
Dawn, are you sure you count for this?
So, again, I don't know. It's hard being a tasting judge because, I mean, it's easy when the samples are
Yeah.
moldy or fermented, or,
exactly.
it's easy when it's like that, but to say anything but that was really good.
Yeah, there's no defaults, there's
Right.
nothing you can say it's bad.
But to categorize it, I don't even know how you would categorize it.
It's very good. I kept using water because I couldn't quite taste the maple in this one that I tasted in the first two. So I did drink water, but it seemed like a little less maple.
It does seem like a little less
It's
maple.
very smooth, but
But it
very
is
good.
smooth.
Very good, yes. Leaves a nice aftertaste in your mouth too. of
So
maple.
I would say 40.
Yep,
You guys
I agree.
there?
I agree.
I'm gonna jump in again and talk because I have a big mouth. No. You guys are definitely liking, the products applied so far. But I had often heard in the last judging or grading school that I had attended, is that regardless of how many years you've been producing, a person does enjoy typically their flavor profile the best. So it is very important that you submit your samples at least once or twice or 3 times a year to different contests, just to see where you lie. But not only that, I know that Wisconsin, or that Marshfield's Maple Fest, for example, they just have a select number of judges for flavor. And at the end, you can also taste that syrup as well. And it's very important to try other people's syrup too, just to know that the integrity is still being there, because the worst thing that you can do is have a bad flavor syrup that you're constantly pushing. Because if a person is debating between a processed syrup or a true, a natural maple syrup, it's difficult, right? It's tough because they can get the bad impression and then not even want to try again. So the best thing you can do is continuously try, like you guys are doing right now, and sample other people's syrups. So during the sugar bush season, it's not uncommon to go to your buddy's place and say, hey, how'd your batch 1, batch 3 go? Okay.
Exactly.
Nope, just keep going. I'm gonna sample 1 or 2 of these too.
You got a little bit left to go. I'm
Well, I
trying
wanna make sure it's a good one. They're all good, so far. So yes.
Oh, this one definitely has a really good maple flavor. And you just put it in your mouth and you can, the maple is right there.
And it hangs in your tongue.
You
It
wouldn't know that
has
from the
a
aroma though.
different smell to it, doesn't it? It does have a different smell.
It does.
I would say this one, it's good, it's good. It's,
Well, is it
it's a
burnt?
lit,
No.
no,
No, oh
no.
no.
I wouldn't say it's burnt at all. It smells different, I mean, from the smell,
Right, when you start with the,
I would say it's a little, compared to the first 3, it's got a good maple flavor.
It's a more intense maple flavor.
That's true.
It almost tastes like a darker syrup.
Yes, yes, that's
Even
what
though
I
it's a
was
lighter
thinking.
color.
Mhm.
It tastes,
Looks like it was a big batch where they kept dumping into it,
Yeah.
is kind of what I,
yeah. It, I don't know if I would go the full 40 on this one. Just, I don't know. It definitely has a maple taste to it, but I don't
and maybe
think
not a full
it's
10
not
points,
as
but a 5-point
smooth
deduction or
as,
something, just
right,
because it's a little, there's just something I can't quite pinpoint.
right, right,
I'm
You
in
know,
agreement
and-
with you, I just,
yeah. There's
definitely-
just something there. Pete is my husband, the last time we were at CDL's, open house, he did the taste testing with the Federation, they had the Federation up there had the gals who were doing the grading school up there, and he failed, hands down, he failed. He failed.
He is not a super taster.
Completely and totally, but so sometimes it does come down to, personal preference, it really does. And, it's not saying that it's, this is all beautiful syrup, it's just sometimes it's personal taste buds. So, I don't know, I personally would maybe say 35 on that one instead of the 40, just because,
But I would not go any lower.
no, no. Okay,
Shirley has spoken.
okay. That's good.
There you go.
We are so glad you joined us, Shirley, we really
Yes.
are.
That was 10.
That was 10. Absolutely. That was 10. So this is 7. Thank you. How much are you getting paid?
Hey, you're getting the sugar high on top of this, don't forget.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, Dave,
So
come
this
on.
is number 7.
7. Oh, did I forget you?
Yes, don't
All right.
forget me.
Are we still in the delicate as far as
Yep,
grade?
nope, yep.
Okay.
Oh, see?
I would say similar to the last one, isn't it, as far as
I would agree with
nose?
The nose. Yeah, definitely a different aroma.
This one is good, but it leaves a little thing on the back of your throat. I mean, it's really good, but it's a little,
The aftertaste?
it's a little, you know,
The maple isn't there, the taste of maple
Right.
that we've had.
it's,
It's very delicate, that's for sure, as far as flavor.
Right.
You
it
know?
is very good. It's so hard. I wish I could say, this one is fruity, but you can't.
don't.
You know, I mean, it's like you can't, I don't know, to pinpoint something.
Unless you have a bad one, it's very hard.
Right. I don't know if I would do the full 40 on this one. It's good, it's just, I'm comparing to the first 3,
Yes.
That's right.
and the first 3 were really, really
Yes.
good.
Right.
Got spoiled.
Yeah.
Well, but, and I would agree with you, I do think there's just, but it's not one of the true off flavors that
Oh,
you
no.
can just say, oh, this is buddy, or oh, this is
Right.
scorched.
Oh, no.
Right.
It's
And
not
that-
very definite, but
Yeah, that's,
but it's, and it's not that it's gummy, it's not too thick that it's
No.
hanging on too much.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, I wish you could give it
Right.
Yeah,
a word.
And that's
Give it
part, we
a
do wanna give
something.
all the feedback that we can to the members so that they know, you know, what was
exactly,
it?
exactly.
In the comment section, that's pretty important, so that they get to look at why.
Right.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
So I don't know, that's my thoughts. I would go 35,
I agree.
but
I
I,
think that's fair.
I agree with that.
okay,
That was number 7. Correct?
yep,
Number 4,
yep.
Are we now in the amber grade?
changing now, yep.
Okay. Good job of pouring, Dave. No waste.
Didn't spill any yet.
No spill. Yeah, Tom.
We not want them, I tell ya.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is number 4.
So, we did go above and beyond if we just want to go like that.
Yeah, we can do that.
You know, the ones that were the outstanding.
Yeah.
That one's good. That one, you have to
I
taste
love
this
it when
one.
there's a little more, and that was good.
Now we're getting into that nice maple flavor.
So as you're getting the darker syrups.
Yes.
Well, Dave, you better pour me one.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Okay,
That is very good.
This one rings right up there with
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
almost the best.
Well, I'll try this, and then we'll go back to a few more questions we've got coming in.
But again, you think of personal taste. Yeah, I like the ambers better than I like the delicate.
And
light.
exactly.
And so as soon as you taste this, you're like, oh, wow, good, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that one?
Yes. You guys, I am so sorry that you cannot physically taste what we are tasting right now. This one is good.
Delicious.
That is a
Number
40.
4.
That is a 40, hands down. Yum. So, you guys, we're going to be breaking for lunch in a little bit. So what we are going to do is we'll work on a little bit more of the sampling of the flavoring, but then we are going to tally some scores and have lunch. So unfortunately, you're going to have to hold out just a little bit longer to find out who those winners are, what the scores are, who the blue ribbons are going to. But we promise we will come back and bring that to you. Before we do break for lunch, we had 2 more questions, and one of them was, how do I get licensed to be a maple producer? And this is a very good question, and we do have information on the organization's website at wismaple.org. Again, that's WISMAPLE, wismaple.org, in not only hot topics, but under resources. Also, I do want to make sure that you come back for the virtual Institute, because we will have Stefan Borboom, who is our Wisconsin Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection licensor representative, giving a presentation. So really, truly, you want to come back for his session, Stefan Borboom from DATCAP. We will also have FDA giving a presentation, but DATCAP will have a number of resources available. You can go on the Wisconsin Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection website, but also at wismaple.org. That then feeds into the next question, too, of where do I find information about proper labeling? And again, you can go to the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers website, and there are links there from Maple Labeling and Nutritional Paneling Guide, a labeling guide that the promotion committee had actually assisted in putting together. So we do have these reference materials available for you, made specific to the maple industry. You can also find them on the FDA's website. But again, when you go to FDA, when you go to DATCAP, they're great resources. Sometimes they can be a little cumbersome, a little scary, not going to lie. So if you go to the resources tab on the wismaple.org, again, the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association website, there are checklists to make sure the labeling is done properly and what needs to happen to be in compliance with the Wisconsin Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection. All righty?
It's okay, we'll do that. All right.
And the nose was, like I said, that was the best
All right.
nose.
That was the best nose. The nose. Shirley, good job.
We have some more somewhere. Oh, right there. There they are.
You are the syrup steward, Dave.
Yeah.
Is this how you serve Shirley every night?
Sure.
Delicately?
Right, yeah. You know, this one doesn't have the nose.
Yeah.
When you, just the fragrance from it, lighter.
Reach it through.
Thank you.
That flavor is different than the last two.
Definitely got
I'm not,
What is
Sweet.
it is
Wow.
sweet, but it's,
tastes like that last one that we had. That had that different.
Going back to,
um,
go back farther, we had that aftertaste.
Yes.
Yeah. I would maybe take 5 off as we had for the other one with that same taste, which is, I don't know, we can identify it, but it's,
yeah, it doesn't really fall in any of the categories. It's just a hair. It's just a hair. It's a hair off. I feel. It's a hair off. I mean, it's good, but it's a hair off. But
Yep. Right.
it doesn't
Yep.
really fall in any one category.
Again,
See,
it's
and
not one of
that's-
those,
it's-
a pronounce off
Right.
flavor.
No.
But still not that, wow, this is the best syrup
Exactly.
I've ever had.
Exactly. So we'll do 35 for this
Sure.
job, or person. Or
Now we're
Number
going to
6.
Well, you got the line underneath, is that the way you qualified that?
Yep, that's a six.
Yep, exactly.
Well, look at it, that's a 16, or you didn't have?
It-
16 doesn't have a line under it.
That one's a 16.
Yep.
That one's
That
a
also
9.
could be 6.
I've got to have a difficult one
Oh
on the
my
bench.
gosh, I tell ya. Y'all have to be a critic.
Somebody,
Now that one,
that's something.
The nose isn't there on that one. At least I can't detect a lot of maple by the smell. This to me tastes more like the delicate did.
On the
it
end,
has a
I agree.
lighter,
It doesn't have as much flavor, maple flavor, as
Right.
the previous ambers did. But it's good, I mean,
It
it's
is
very
good.
smooth, feels good in your mouth.
yeah, it's real close there. It's, I don't know if I would say it's,
The maple doesn't jump out at you,
Right.
does it?
exactly.
Mhm. But it's good too, it's,
So should we get a 35?
I would
Yes.
say.
Easier when it's, you know, a distinctive, you know,
Yes.
Then
oh,
you've got
that
something
one was
that's-
so
17.
moldy, or that one, you've got some kind of, you know, soap in it,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
then it's much easier to tell.
Yeah.
Not too many people are open panned anymore, that's why you don't
Yeah,
have that.
and that's exactly, yep,
I think people are learning.
right.
There's a
That
lot of
too.
people that are learning.
Mhm.
And that's what this is all about, education.
We started with oil cans hanging on the trees
Oh.
and leftover paint nails and.
Okay, so we are a good halfway through the judging portion of the flavor. At this point in time, we are gonna take a break. We're gonna let you guys clean your palates. We're gonna stop for lunch. We will come back and we will continue the finalizing of the flavoring and the label review and tallying of the scores and announce our blue ribbon winners this year. But at this point in time, we are gonna go to break. So thanks, you guys.
Yeah, I finished this one.
Good, good job, Brenda, I almost choked. Good thing the camera was off, but good job.
job.
I'm gonna
Announcing,
see you
yes.
on WEAU.
2, 1, 1, 2.
You can almost
Still in
taste
the
that
amber.
late season
Still in the
stuff.
amber.
I was gonna say, 'cause you can smell the sugar.
See, and again, it's really personal preference, but
Yeah.
see, I
Right.
don't really, I don't really care for that. Which is really kind of, are we live? Oh.
You forgot you're quiet on the set.
Yeah, we're supposed to say quiet on the set, Jason.
Oh, shoot, quiet on the set. Action.
Yeah, you aren't into the robust
So
yet.
this is still
You're
amber.
still into the last of the amber.
That's
As
what I
we-
taste.
as
I
we-
taste a later season syrup. Is what I taste, is, yeah.
It could be, and if they run it through the evaporator fast enough, they'll still keep the color yet.
Right,
They
exactly.
kept it going.
And the ROs help that.
Yep.
Yep. So what are your thoughts, you guys?
Boy, it's good tasting. It does seem thicker in my
It
mouth.
definitely, on your tongue it does.
Yeah, is it, what is,
It was thick, so this
Oh,
is
it
number
was
12,
thick.
and this was thick. They were actually, number 12 was disqualified because of the thickness.
oh, okay.
So that's
Oh,
why we're
that's maybe
tasting a
why-
thicker.
Sure.
That would make sense.
And that's why they've got the deeper aroma too, because
Sure.
it's
It's
thicker.
cooked down
Sure,
farther.
there's more maple, less water.
But it doesn't have anything bad, you know what I mean? in it.
No,
It don't
it's-
taste goofy or nothing,
No,
so it's not,
it's not. I don't think, don't.
And again, this is where it's very hard
It's
because,
maybe the thickness of it that throws you off a little bit too.
yeah, yeah.
Takes a little while for the flavor to get to you.
Those little humps in your tongue go, find it
Yeah,
go away.
but I just don't think the maple flavor is as distinct as it is in the lighter colors that we've had. It isn't just maple.
So, I don't know
What are we-
what you
what are we
guys are
looking at?
thinking. I personally would probably give it third, like a third best.
I'm
That's
okay with
my
that.
opinion,
Mhm.
because
I'm okay with
it's
that.
just a bit stronger. And like you said, Dave, I think it's right there on the edge of late season.
Okay.
I could agree with that.
That was number 12. Okay, just keeping everybody. Where,
So the last time we did this, we had the wine, or the ropey, we had the
Oh.
soap, we had,
Oh, wow.
yeah, this is, when we did our last sampling, the guy actually brought samples, the last year when we were at the Institute, or year before. We did those group tables.
Oh, okay. Was this at Duluth?
Nope,
At
this
the
one, this
International?
one was here.
Oh, okay.
We just had smaller group tables, and he brought in some bad stuff.
Yes.
and
They did that at
See, and
Duluth
that's
too,
what
at the
you can-
judging
yeah.
seminar.
Yeah.
In fact, you were sent home with some of the bad tasting, samples of the bad tasting.
And sometimes it's almost easier.
Right.
When you can taste something,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
distinctive, you
yes.
know.
And then you know what you're, kind of,
What you're looking for,
Yeah.
Excuse
too.
me.
it's gonna be different too.
So this is number 16.
16.
smell.
You do see,
No,
hear,
it doesn't.
no, I don't,
No
I don't
smell.
get any nose.
I don't, I mean, it's not bad.
I think it's good. It just didn't have nose, but
Yeah,
the
definitely.
flavor is
It's,
good.
Flavors there.
This one, to me, wasn't cooked as long as the last one.
Right,
That you
which you
can
can
tell.
tell
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
yeah.
I would
That's-
say,
Yeah, you can definitely tell that by the, you know, not even by looking at the
Yeah.
bricks, you can tell it
Yeah.
just by
Yeah.
taste and, I mean, by feel, you know, even more so than taste, but I don't know, I think this was good, it wasn't like, ooh, that's good.
No.
Right.
But it's
but
good,
it's good. I would agree.
Definitely right.
I
so,
would agree.
okay, should we do a 40 for this?
Yes.
Good job, number 16. Okay, we're on number 11. So what do we got? 2, 4, 5 to go. Oh, my God.
You are so funny, Dawn.
5 to go.
We still have 40 to go.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll be rolling out of here, up to our room. Did you check into your room?
No, not yet. Are you all getting your sugar highs on?
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
We're working on it, yeah.
Okay, cheers.
You know, a person's just expecting more nose as we get into the darker grades, but
Yeah, it's up there.
no.
I like this one.
Dave's sitting there like, are you sure?
No, this has got a good flavor.
Yeah, it definitely
I like that
is.
one.
Yes, it does.
Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Can I have some, please? Sometimes you can just see the faces and you know you want to try this one or you don't want to try this one.
I like that one.
It's just weird it don't have a smell, but it's got
Yeah.
good flavor.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
Not good.
really good flavor.
Yeah.
What do you think, boys and girls?
You did it good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shirley?
I don't see how you could get any better, you know, it's good.
Oh, 40. 40. We like that one.
Yep.
Okay, number
11.
15.
Number 15,
Oh, that was good.
Wasn't that good?
Yeah, it wasn't too thick. It didn't.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's really
just
good.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Delicious.
Sharon, I count.
Okay.
What'd you say before, bottoms up?
Yeah.
Bottoms up.
Cheers. I want to have some of those.
Mhm.
But it's definitely a different flavor.
It's not bad, it's just different. I don't think I'd give it a full 40.
No, I would agree with that.
It's,
Let's get some.
it's, what is it, Brenda?
I'm not a super taster, guys. I don't know.
It's,
It's sweet, but not a
Yeah.
full maple flavor.
Right. Because the sugar, the content is there.
Right, definitely.
Yes, yes.
But you said that not only the nose wasn't there, but the, yeah, that maple isn't pronounced. But there's something.
It's good.
so what do you
But
guys?
you're right, definitely not a full
I'd say
40.
like 35 again.
35?
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, 9, going to the upside down 6.
Three to go.
See, we just know it's a true blind copy when the judges have to figure out what number is what, 6s and 9s, because
That's
they didn't do it. right?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's because
Did you
we,
drink any stuff?
I did not, no,
Okay,
I have
no.
mine.
that's
Thanks.
because we knew how to make 16s instead of 6s with Heinz Center.
Yeah.
There is nose, but limited.
Mm. No,
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 Got some funky taste.
yeah.
yeah.
Now that one,
Now
It
find
must
out
be-
what that taste is.
I-
So what we're going
If
to
I'm-
now is a list of off flavor,
Yeah,
right?
that's a good example. I've been waiting for one of those.
Because it's definitely a pronounced off flavor. So we're looking at whether it's a mother nature, a defoamer, a processing agent, a chemical, or a different type of issue that caused some of the off flavor. Is it scorched? No, it's not a
No.
dark, nope, it's not a chocolate flavor.
It's a natural flavor.
It's not
I'm,
buddy.
that's not
No,
buddy,
Not buddy.
but
I would go, from what
I
I've
would say-
tasted so far.
it's a little bit later.
You get a dry mouth feel under metabolism, they've got, after you swallowed it,
Yeah.
you kind of have a dry mouth feel, and it does lack maple flavor.
It does have a dry mouth feel.
Mm-hmm, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that on
Like the
any
cotton mouth,
others.
so maybe that metabolism is the off flavor?
I don't notice chocolatey or
Well,
grassy.
what do you think, Dave? Share your knowledge.
I,
It's just, no,
It's, layer seasoned soup. It's starting to change.
that's what I taste.
But
It's
that's
not buddy
pre-buddy
yet.
then, right?
Well, it's just where that's starting to take
Do its
effect.
thing.
When you're cooking this, you start to get a different smell out of the evaporator.
Mhm.
That's what this is. Good syrup, you know, but it's got a little difference.
That's what I taste. I mean, I taste later season, is what I taste, but I, which isn't,
But
I don't
not
know
in-
where
not
you
into the
get it.
bite.
No, it's
No,
No.
before
not-
that.
Not there yet.
well, what are you thinking score-wise, guys?
I don't know, I would say a 30.
Yeah,
That's
that's
my-
the other one.
Yep, I think that's fair.
You guys good with that?
That would explain why.
You have to check the label on number 9.
We,
It was nice, because I went
On
on that high
something
with
like-
it.
Really? You
I
went
would,
to-
to me,
You-
it
you
was
should
so pronounced that
comment-
it was off,
Write a
but that's
comment
just me,
on-
you
Yeah.
know?
When you're going down that,
Why we deducted points?
yeah, why,
Yeah.
what,
Yep, I was
reason.
gonna put in there,
Like
um,
pre-buddy,
yeah, like, labor.
thank you. Number 2,
Get the bottom of the cup.
What is the, what is the bricks on
I think the
this one?
sugar's hitting us now.
66.5.
Nope, nope,
okay.
that one you're on is 67.2.
I think this
Sorry, I
one's
was
sweet.
making a little
Yeah,
note.
definitely is sweet.
I like this one.
I think it's
I like this
I
one.
think it's good.
I do too.
I do too.
Definitely sweet.
I would say that one's right on the money.
Yeah.
Totally.
That was a good
4-0.
one. Ooh, that's when this job is fun.
Yep.
Good job.
Okay, this is the last one, boys and girls.
Make it a good one.
This is it. This is it.
We gotta bring out
Oh.
the best one, so I'll have to try some more.
Save the best to last. Is that what we did?
This one you can't smell at all.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Do you smell it?
I look,
I don't get it.
I don't smell anything.
These numbers,
Yeah, that one.
some,
That one there again is the same thing. I taste it late. Is what I taste.
Well, you get that dry mouth feel again from this one.
Yeah, that's,
I
Very much so.
because it doesn't coat your tongue or anything like
Nuh-uh,
the.
no.
yeah, I'm not a fan.
To me, it lacks maple flavor too.
What do you think, Brenda?
I don't know. I'm gonna take more.
It's a taste of yours.
Does it taste like earth? I don't know.
I was really expecting robust.
Yeah, something really
And
deep
it's
there.
not.
I was too,
robust.
but I was disappointed on
Yeah,
that. We didn't have a good and robust,
Right, there's no
no,
flavored.
no.
There were some nice clean flavors, some
Right.
sweet
Yes,
flavors.
Yes. What I tried was that number 4 that we really liked, that when we got that, we were like, this one right here,
that's, kind
or 10, but I meant the 4th one in line.
no, that was,
Which one was it that was?
Because I think we put an X for each one that. really-
that you thought were the
Yeah.
better ones.
But we had not, here your amber, or was that an amber?
Yeah,
No, I
this just
can't
started
remember.
in.
Why don't you go fill these two up?
Yeah, give us just a little, oh, yeah, that's right, we can add to
Yeah,
those
'cause
little
it-
bottles,
we'll let
yeah.
him do the adding
Yeah.
and then,
Just for the heck of it.
because we gotta still pick the one of the best, right?
Oh, we still have to judge,
Labeling.
Label.
We have to, yep, and container, but that's easy enough
Yeah.
because they all are in pints and they're all clean and
yep,
so, I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty,
But we have to,
pretty-
for flavor wise, you still have to pick one of the best two, right?
no.
It's total points, right?
It's
Yeah.
12 points.
But what about the last guy, you guys? I don't know what points did we give this last guy? Number 14.
That was my favorite tasting.
I didn't think it was 40.
Oh, no, I didn't think it was
Okay, I
40
didn't
either,
either.
no.
Okay.
I was thinking more like 30.
30 is what I was thinking, because it was a little, I tasted late season,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Yeah, 'cause it just doesn't hang in the cup.
Yeah.
It's kinda. I would say that it just doesn't have this.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, that, it lacked maple flavor, I thought.
Okay. All right. All right.
Do you want me to bring the containers over there for you guys, or do you want?
Which is easier for you.
What's easier? Does it matter? So the next thing on our judging score sheet is the retail container. So it's for 10 points. So if you have a pint glass, which they're all pint glass, each and every one of them, and then they're just asking if it's attractive, clean, and they all are. So I guess that's a given, right, guys?
would
I
say
mean, so
yes.
I'm just gonna go through and, okay?
So I've got a question before you do, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, through these first, up to now, this last stage of the judging process, I've noticed a lot of the scores are fairly similar. There are a lot of 40s during this last part. During the clarity, some of the scores are pretty similar. So is it possible that some of those ribbons over there, it might come down to this next step in the labels? Is that possible?
It is.
Yeah, and talk about that a little bit, how important those labels really are.
Yes, and the labeling is a very important part of the process. You need to have the label not only labeled with the grade, but it has to, of course, tell what's in the package, and you have to have a contact on it. So we look for that also, the contact. So if the consumer is to buy, your product and there's a problem, he or she can contact you. So that is a very, important step in the whole process.
Yeah, so not only are there federal guidelines to meet, there's industry standards to meet, and then there's the marketing message. So there's a lot going on that label.
Absolutely, absolutely. You want to you want a label that catches somebody's eye. I mean, you can look on the store shelf and whoever, whatever, if the first time they buy that, if it catches their eye, that's the one they're going to buy, and they're going to continue to buy if they like the product that's in it. So you definitely want to have an attractive label and follow all the guidelines.
So for me, I'm very excited for the next step. We're just going to finish up one additional kind of, I don't know what you want to call it.
Picking their
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, good. Well, it's a fun part right here, too.
Oh,
That was the one we had before, which was number 1,
This is,
and then
Yeah, those two are very, very close. Very full of.
and this one is,
number 4.
We got 5 more to redo. You wanna-
Oh, no.
If
Why
you
are
want-
we
if you-
redoing?
No, just
No,
if
no.
you wanted to pick an overall
Oh.
grand champion.
oh,
And
yeah,
Myself,
and
I
I'm
don't think
thinking
so.
not.
I agree with you.
I'm thinking we let the
The numbers.
excuse me, the score do
The
it.
point system.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
There's too
because
much
again,
personal
there's,
judgment.
exactly,
Right.
because again, that's it, what you think is grand champion and Shirley thinks grand
Yeah.
champion and I think are grand champion are 3 different grand champions.
This one was even better than that.
I think I
wasn't it?
agree.
Yeah.
That one is
Yeah.
definitely the good one.
Okay, label wise and stuff, you tell me which ones you want first.
So I'm just gonna go through and do all of the, points for the, so we can start with 13 and 5, how's that?
I'll give you 13. How's that going for you? Let me try and find
right.
5.
So there you go. So we have to make sure they all meet the requirements, which is contact, grade, and then fluid ounces or, dual declaration.
Yep. Milliliters,
Grades on
pint
the top.
ounces.
You said 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 13, well, I guess I can do this as we go. 13 meets that?
Yep.
Meets all of the requirements? Okay. All right, so all right, so we're good there. So now number 5. There again.
Meets the
Which one
requirements.
you after, Brenda?
What's that?
Which one you after?
I don't know. Should I wait for?
So number 3,
3 and 10.
3 and 10.
Okay.
So these off to the side.
Here is your 3 and your 10.
So there again,
So
does
again, we
this
can
one,
do anything from a very basic
grade
design
label?
label to
Oh, yeah,
a
there it
creative
is, right
label
there.
to an engraved
Yep,
glass.
and then the contact is
So
right
again, we're
there.
just looking for
And then the dual
conformity.
declaration is right
Is there a
there.
label on the
Yep.
product? Does it meet DACAP requirements? Is there a nutritional panel? Does it have the,
Address.
the 2 different sizes?
Yep,
For
so we're-
example,
that one's good?
pints, ounces, and milliliters on these ones. So we're gonna see what we got.
Okay, so now we have number 7, number 4.
One, isn't it? Which ones you got there?
Number, well, yeah, 7, 4, and 1, we can do several at a time. So the first one I've got is 7. Is that 7? Yep. Sorry, did I kick you?
You're good.
All right.
Well, if you just put your order here, then we just gotta pick up on that meeting.
Let's use the, we get a lot of information.
Got
Create
ounces and milliliters, yeah.
And contact.
Turn it around, what's on the other side?
Is it? Right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's their
Yep,
contact.
Yep.
All right. All right, so number 4.
You want 4?
No, we got it here.
No, you don't. No, you don't. This is 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
what do we have here?
Oh,
1.
We have 1.
1 is next. So 4 is first. And then 1 is next.
You done with 7?
7 is done.
Yes.
I like how that one has a batch number on. It's got a batch number in its label. Right on the side here. Best used by, and it says what?
Oh, yeah. Date.
So that's number 4.
Yep.
Address. Where's the amount in the, here we go. Yep, there we go.
So we're good?
Yep.
Good.
This is number 1.
Address.
Grade label, yep. Thumbs up.
I think so.
Oh, sorry, so now it's 8. It's 8, 6, and 17. So 8 is
8.
first.
This is 8. Yep. Okay. Address. Oh, that'd be right here. Okay, good to go. Next
All
would
good?
be
17.
17, next.
No, 6 is next.
Yep, good.
We're good?
Yep,
Okay, and then there's 17. Number 17. And then we have 12 and 16. This is crazy. I always want to put my,
Yeah.
17 was good.
17 is
Yep.
good?
Yep.
That's your next one.
number 12, and then 16.
How about the ounces of paint? 1 pint, there we go. Yep, we're good.
16,
I think people have been learning.
so 16 is good?
Yep.
We're ready.
Number 11 and number 15, you guys, sorry. 11, 15, and 9. Do we have 11 over here? Oh, okay.
Nine.
You have 11? I got 11 up,
I'm in right here.
so we're good. All right, so now 15.
Where did you see the address?
That's good.
In the fine print?
Oh, way in the back.
Oh, sure, yep, so we're good.
All right, so number 9. And then this one, we have to check the label for the grading label.
Yeah, if
On
that's-
number
if That's
9?
not on there.
No grading
No
label?
grading label. No. The address. That's there. Everything except the grading label.
So does that disqualify? Grading label? Or just 5 points?
Yeah, I would just, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm making a note. Number 2, number 2 and number 14.
You didn't have still so much, Dave.
That's the last of ours. Who are we missing? Brenda?
Oh, no, in the beginning, I had relabeled or repositioned.
Oh.
So I'm under the.
Yeah, she had to redo
I
her
saw him
order.
laying over there and I thought, oh, oh, oh.
Yeah, that's there too. Yeah.
Oh, sure enough.
Okay, so we're on number 9. No, we're on number, what number are we on? Yes, this is this one.
Number 2,
Yep, okay, I'm good.
and that's good.
I've got this. Okay, let me just finish this guy up, labeling, so, oh, wait, no, color gets 5, yeah. Color gets 5, but now we're gonna do 5 here because of no grade label. Okay? All right. Okay, so now we're at, I do know what I'm doing.
That's all
Okay,
right,
now we're at
no.
number 2.
And that one was good.
Yes.
We're good. And number 14 is good.
Okay. All right. All right. So now I'll tally. Oh,
Thank you very much. Oh, sugar, no. Beautiful, okay. Just wanted to make sure all 17 are accounted for over here.
Yeah.
All right, Brenda, join me here.
Okay.
What if I don't want to?
Well, right,
Thank you so
exactly.
much, Jason, for being here,
Well,
really.
yeah, you're welcome. So we've got kind of a big moment coming up over here,
Yes.
and we'll let them do all the mathematics over there. But some things upcoming. If you want to grab your sheet, that's okay. But some things upcoming.
itinerary.
Yeah, where did that itinerary? There may be one laying over there. And actually, hang on just a second. We're going to back us out here a little bit too. Maybe. There. But some things coming up. We are, even though the judging has come towards to the end, really. But there's some other things coming up yet today on the Zoom call in particular. That starts at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Does that sound right?
Yep.
All right, and then go through the itinerary and let folks know what is coming up, maybe just for the rest of the day, and how to, and if they haven't yet, how to get to the website, get on the Zoom call,
Yep.
and get prepared for that.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, you're
So,
welcome.
no. Poor Dave. You guys, we just really, really, really want to thank you for being here again for the maple syrup judging. Like Jason said, right now we are tallying all the scores, and we will be finalizing and announcing our winners, our blue ribbon winners, shortly here. After this, starting at 2 p.m., we will open up the virtual Winter Institute. So we'll be starting with Jesse Randall from University of Michigan. And again, if you had pre-registered for the event, you should have received a packet that Steve Anderson from Anderson's Maple Syrup had sent out to everybody with some goodie bags, with some supplies, with an itinerary. And initially on there was the Zoom setup feed. So you should be having a Zoom code on your computer. So if you download or if you look to the wismaple.org.
Teresa's got some updated information.
Oh, I
Well,
lied.
come on, Teresa, tell us all about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I would like to really formally introduce our executive director, the one that holds us together, Miss Teresa Barone. Thank you so much, Teresa, for helping put all this together. As we were saying, they are tallying the scores now, and we'll be announcing the blue ribbon winners here shortly. And we were just talking about at 2 o'clock, the official kickoff to the 2021 Maple Institute. So go ahead with the Zoom instructions, contacting, locating it.
Okay, so you should go in, the easiest way to go in is go to www.wismaple.org/winter, _ institute. You can go right from there and you can hook on right into the Zoom webinar. So we did not send a link. We wanted to make this easier for you guys. So please go in and check out the auction items. There's many out there, so make sure you check them out.
Oh, now with those auction items, so again, throughout the session, you guys can certainly go to that online, a silent auction that we have going on. The proceeds from the auction actually benefit Maple Research, right? So any money raised through that, number one, there are some pretty awesome items, including some gift boxes, some warmers, some maple items to be used. But again, like Teresa had said, you can log on to the website wismaple, WISMAPLE.org, and from there you can look at the events or go to the Winter Institute tab directly, and you can be linked to that Zoom session. The other thing is, if you do not have access to a computer, there is a Zoom call-in option. So you can mute yourself and call in and put that phone on speaker mode so you can hear the speakers as they discuss. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see all of the presentations that the speakers are giving, but you can hear them and you can still submit questions. So again, Jason, thank you. You
Yeah.
have been absolutely amazing. Thank you for being here today and helping
Thanks.
us with this.
I haven't done much. I've been just kind of hanging out over there for a while. I've got to save up. Got a basketball game later on tonight too. As a matter of fact.
Swear you never stop. Maybe you should have had the sugar high with us.
Well, little known truth. Last night during wrestling, I had a whole bag of Lifesaver gummies. So, yeah, that was more than enough sugar for a whole week. So, Brenda, I mean, here's what we're after, right here.
Yes,
right?
yep,
And-
that's what, so we've got Dawn checking her math skills. Do you need fingers and toes, Dawn? Are you okay? Okay. No, it is. So again, it is bragging rights. People love, so at the end of this, they will get a scorecard, a certificate that their syrup was judged, and the ribbon, blue ribbon if they so qualify. And again, we'll be doing additional judging at our May meeting. And the nice thing is that in addition to bragging rights, that qualifies you to bid your product for sale at the state fair. And just to say, you have a quality, a really awesome product. So,
A question I had earlier, that, anybody can answer, but you're right here, Brenda, you might even know this answer. So as I was, overhearing some of the judges' comments, and especially on a couple of those where we had to really dig deep to find out, some of those interesting flavors that were in there, my question is, the producers, when they're submitting these, they're submitting their product, I mean, sometimes are they aware of that? And, I guess what kind of thought goes through that producer's mind?
Yeah.
Maybe knowing, maybe this isn't my best one, but I'm submitting it here anyway.
no, it's true. And it is tough. In the very beginning, I wasn't aware of the score sheets. I wasn't aware of the grading profiles that were going on. And a lot of your smaller producers may not know about that. So again, part of it is just the learning curve. One of the benefits of being a member of the WMSPA is that you have access to all this information. The score sheets are readily available on our website, so you can see what we're looking for, what the judges are looking for. Part of it is just submitting your samples in 1 or 2 or 3 contests a year just to see how they compare to everybody else's. But again, it's just building your knowledge base, coming to the institutes like this, like with Stefan from State, with Jesse from University of Michigan, with Dr. Perkins, with Kathy Hopkins last year from the University of Vermont, and the extension. It's amazing the amount of knowledge you build year after year after year, and just talking to other producers. I mean, Dawn, I pick on you a lot, but I love you because it's such a plethora of knowledge. Locally, we have Tim Sternitsky, the Maple Dude,
Yeah, right.
and I know that we visit him quite often. And don't be afraid to ask those questions. If they're selling that equipment, they have that knowledge there. If you know that your neighbor has been making syrup for 20, 30 years, ask them their questions. What do you prefer? Do you like a flat pan? Are you ready to go to an evaporator? Should I not even thinking about this yet? There's so much tied into it. But yes, part of it is just year after year and learning more and more and more. And some of the equipment, we were talking about some of the tools about grading today from the refractometer. We just bought our first refractometer last year. Prior to that, we were using the wooden, the kit. It's about $20. When you start to step up, some of these things, the grading kits can go for $20 to $80. And again, then when you go to the more digitalized ones, you're looking at $800. So it's really how big are you? How much of an investment do you want to have? But again, just asking other producers. Don't be afraid. Nobody's going to shoot you down or say that was a really stupid question. I say there's no such thing as a stupid question if you really want to know the answer.
This process that we all got to see unfold on camera really then really creates a learning opportunity for some of those. And back to my question about, did that producer know ahead of time that the product was like this or that, and what, some of the comments were from the judges, that should be turned into a learning opportunity and
Oh,
taken
absolutely.
to next year or your
Yes.
next submission, even if it's next week. Maybe it's something different.
Yep, you should always have an open book. I know that we ourselves small batch, and so we have submitted one batch to one competition and then submitted another batch to another contest just to see what the varying factors are, because they are different, season by season, year by year. But again, and there shouldn't be a lot of surprises if they have looked at their resources. Again, you can go on the website, you can download grading sheets, so you can pre-grade your syrup if you so desire. But the off-flavor kits, things of that nature, not everybody has that. And so, again, just last night I was downloading some flavor wheels and things of that nature. So the materials are out there, but it's coming to an institute like this, it's submitting them for samples before you really start to realize what type of terminology the judges are looking for and things of that nature.
I think now is the best time to thank the judges on my behalf and everybody. everybody else
Okay.
have, good, we're looking,
We do. So you guys, this is what we've been waiting for. We really, really have. But first and foremost, really and truly, thank you to the Wisconsin Maple Syrup Producers Association. Thank you to the members who submitted your samples. Without this, we wouldn't be here. And we're so happy to share with you and show you what happens behind the scenes, because during the meetings, during the institutes, we don't get to see this. So this is amazing. So thank you, Jason, for helping bring this to everyone. Thank you, Dawn Roth. Thank you, Mike Van Druzen. Thank you, Shirley Lemke, and Dave Lemke, the other half, wherever he went.
But the folks that submitted samples will get their blue ribbon by mail?
Yep, so at the end of this, what's going to happen is, the judges first will have to, write out all the certificates. So after the institute is done, after tomorrow, Teresa will take all the results and she will be mailing the certificates and the ribbons to every supplier or member that had submitted.
So this is what we have. I don't know, we had 17 entries.
Okay, so you guys, this is kind of exciting. I don't have a drum roll, Jason, I don't. I can't even, thank you. Honorary MC that I get to be today. So you guys, today, with it being virtual, we did only have 17 entries. But again, we just thank everybody who did take the time to submit that. Of those, we did have one perfect score. Congratulations. Two, unfortunately, were disqualified.
Due to density.
Density, okay. So again, score sheets will go out, so you will see what, where that was. And we had 15 blue ribbons, so yay! Okay.
Good job, everybody.
Can we announce the blue ribbons?
Well, we have to give
Oh.
the numbers that, because all the
Oh,
other
yeah.
numbers.
Oh, jeepers. Again, you guys, this is blind up until the tail end. Everybody is assigned a number, and, so yeah.
the numbers and bring the bottle or the jar in.
Sure, why don't you go over there, we'll read the numbers, you can announce the people.
Oh, boy, okay.
How's that?
Sure, we're gonna fan this way. So, this is our perfect score? No. Oh, jeepers, I don't know. Nope, we're just gonna wing it. We have a blue ribbon winner.
Number 13, can I help?
Sure.
Do you have them on top? Okay, bear with us,
No.
everybody.
Oh, boy. Oh, here we go. Number 13.
Okay,
Lucky 13.
There you go.
Alan and Miriam Durkee. Congratulations, you guys. Woo!
okay, so we'll set him over there, number 5. Sorry, we should have, here, oh, I got a lucky.
Okay. Number 5, Volz's Sugar Bush. Volt's Sugar Bush in Leopolis.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Congratulations, you guys.
That's very good. Okay,
It went 1, 2, 3.
oh,
Near. Hey, Lumberjack Maple Syrup, number 3, blue ribbon, congratulations. I understand this is a new member of the WMSPA, so for your first year, congratulations.
that must be number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So Tapper's Maple Syrup. Do you know where they're at? Oh,
Yep,
boy.
right there,
Out of Elmwood, Wisconsin, congratulations.
number 4.
Number 4, Brad and Linda's Sugar Bush out of Winter, Wisconsin. That's up north. Number 1.
Number 1.
Oh, Maple Buzz. Congratulations, you guys, out of De Pere.
Hoot, hoot.
Number 8. Who have I got here? Oh, Swerman Brothers Sugar Bush out of Colfax, Wisconsin. Congratulations.
Here it is, a 6 or a 9.
9.
9.
Oh,
Hang on,
jeepers.
everybody. We gotta find a 6.
Right there we go. Who was the 6? Maple Sweet Dairy. Congratulations.
Like if Teresa's standing
I
here.
know. Number 17, Leafy Grove Maple. Out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Nicely done. Congratulations.
Okay, there's your perfect score.
Oh, boy.
Hang on.
That'll
I
be,
gotta
that.
find,
Oh, boy.
There it is.
No way.
Oh, it's you. It's
Oh, my
rigged.
gosh.
It's not
No.
rigged. It's really not rigged.
Congratulations to Kirk and Brenda Hansen of Hansen Sugar Shack with the one perfect score today. And I didn't judge.
Wait, Hang on,
Oh, thank you.
just hold on. There we go.
I love it. Oh my gosh, I am so special. Thank you.
Okay, so gotta cut through my
Oh, that was so
system
special. I'm a little flabbergasted, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yay, Anderson's pure maple syrup. Congratulations, Steve. Nicely done, blue ribbon.
off. Good job, Steve. Okay. 15. There you go.
Oh, In the Woods Sugar Bush, blue ribbon. Congratulations. Teresa, In the Woods, they had hosted the first tree tapping last year with the governor. Love it. Congratulations.
Oh, hang on. Okay, that's number 9.
Running Tree Sugar House out of Medford with a blue ribbon. Congratulations, you guys.
Oh,
Yay.
Okay.
You poor thing.
There we go. That's
Number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2, Bower Valley Maples. I'm not going to pronounce the city because I'm going to say it wrong. I'm sorry, but congratulations on your blue ribbon. Casanova? Oh. Nice job. Okay. And Hansa Sugar Shack had also submitted a second sample, and they also had another blue ribbon. So congratulations. Oh my gosh.
just wait.
Oh, stop. You never, I think it's the sugar. Honest to God, you guys. But we really, really, really thank you. Thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you to our judges, Shirley, our master, the nose knows. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dawn. And you guys, at 2 o'clock, we're going to start live with our institute. So thank you so much for being here. Congratulations to all of our winners. Have an amazing day. Oh my God.
Well, look at you.
Thank you, Jason.
Wow. You get to hug a champion.
Oh my God, double, right?